Welcome. This is a place to relax and calm your mind. I share soothing bedtime stories designed to gently ease you into a peaceful sleep. Before we begin, please take a moment to tell me where you are watching from and what time you're watching this. Also, subscribe to this channel. Now ease your mind and let's begin. Take a deep breath and close your eyes. Forget about all your troubles. Tomorrow brings a new day. I had never believed in true horror until that night. The Richard family's house had always been a sanctuary, a place filled with warmth and laughter. But in the span of an hour, all of that was gone. Terror had entered our home, uninvited, and it left behind a tragedy that no one could have foreseen. It had been a typical evening. I had just put little Lily to bed, reading her favorite bedtime story until her tiny eyelids drooped shut. Downstairs, the sound of the television buzzed softly, where Mr. and Mrs. Richard were enjoying their usual evening wind-down. The house was wrapped in a sense of peace that I had come to cherish in my time working as their live-in nanny. I was in my room when I heard it. The sharp, gut-wrenching sound of breaking glass. My heart jumped into my throat. At first I thought perhaps someone had knocked something over, but then came the shuffling, hurried footsteps, the unmistakable sound of struggle. A scream tore through the quiet house, chilling me to my core. I froze, listening, willing myself to understand what was happening. Then I heard another sound, something even worse. Mrs. Richards' terrified sobs. My stomach twisted in knots. I reached for my phone, hands trembling as I dialed 911. My breath came in rapid, shallow gasps, and I had to remind myself to stay quiet. I needed to hide. I needed to protect Lily. The operator's voice crackled in my ear. 911. What's your emergency? I tried to form words, but all that came out was a strangled whisper. There's someone in the house. The dispatcher began asking questions, but my attention was elsewhere. The sounds were getting closer. Heavy boots stomped through the hall, doors opening and slamming shut. They were looking for something, or someone. I couldn't think. My instincts took over. I sprinted to Lily's room, shutting the door as quietly as I could. The little girl stirred in her sleep, her tiny body shifting under the covers. She had no idea what was happening. I needed to keep it that way. I ducked into the closet, pulling the door shut behind me, and held my breath. My fingers trembled as I clutched my phone to my chest, still connected to the dispatcher. Then the gunshot rang out. I nearly screamed, but bit down hard on my lip, the coppery taste of blood filling my mouth. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure they would hear it. "Ma'am? Ma'am?" The dispatcher's voice barely registered in my ears. Footsteps thundered down the stairs, then more shouting. A door slammed. Silence. I stayed where I was, too afraid to move, too afraid to breathe. I didn't know how much time passed before I heard the distant wail of sirens. Red and blue lights flashed through the window, painting the room in eerie, flickering hues. Finally, there were voices, police voices. I didn't emerge until I heard a firm yet calm voice calling out, "Police! If anyone's here, come out with your hands up." I stumbled out of the closet, clutching Lily to me as she whimpered in her sleep. Tears streamed down my face as I ran into the arms of an officer. They were here. They killed him. Michael Richard was dead. The realization hit me like a freight train. I had worked for the Richard family for years. Michael had always been kind, always treated me like family. And now he was gone, murdered. The next few hours were a blur of flashing cameras, questioning officers, and the aching void left behind by a life stolen too soon. Mrs. Richard was inconsolable, cradled by paramedics as she sobbed uncontrollably. The police asked me everything, what I had seen, what I had heard, whether I had noticed anything unusual earlier that day. But I had nothing to give them. No answers, no explanations, just the gnawing horror that the people who had done this were still out there, somewhere in the night. I could still hear the echoes of the gunshot in my mind, still feel the terror gripping my chest. And as the officers continued their investigation, one thing became painfully clear. None of us would ever be the same again. I stood in the grand study of the Richard estate, my fingers skimming over the surface of the polished mahogany desk. The room smelled of leather-bound books and the faintest hint of cigar smoke, though the owner of the scent was long gone. Mr. Richard's murder had left a gaping hole in the once impenetrable walls of this estate, and now suspicion festered in the silence. Detective Palmer had left an hour ago, his parting words still heavy in my mind. "It looks like an inside job." He had said it with the kind of certainty that made my stomach twist. An inside job. Which meant someone in the household had a hand in the murder. Which meant someone I knew, someone I might even trust, had betrayed that trust in the worst way possible. And my brother Aaron had reappeared in my life only days before the murder. I wanted to believe in coincidence, but experience had taught me that coincidences were often just well-disguised lies. Sighing, I turned toward the large window overlooking the garden. The evening shadows stretched long across the meticulously kept hedges, the fading daylight casting eerie patterns against the marble statues. My thoughts ran wild as I recalled the inconsistencies at the crime scene. Mr. Richard had passed away in his study, yet the window latch had been unlocked. If the murderer had entered from outside, they wouldn't have left it that way. Then there was the overturned chair, too far from the body as if it had been moved post-mortem. A staged crime scene, and the safe. It had been open, but the items inside remained untouched. If robbery wasn't the motive, then what was? I was still lost in thought when the door creaked open behind me. "Rebecca?" came a smooth voice. I turned to see James Holloway, the Richard family's longtime attorney, stepping inside. He was impeccably dressed as always, his gray suit free of a single wrinkle, his salt and pepper hair neatly combed back. "Mr. Holloway?" I greeted, straightening. "What brings you here?" His expression was unreadable as he shut the door behind him. "I heard you've been looking into Mr. Richard's death. Quite the investigator, aren't you?" I folded my arms. Someone has to be. The police seem set on an inside job. Do you have any thoughts on that? James walked over to the bookshelf, running his fingers lightly over the spines of the leather-bound volumes. I have many thoughts, none of them comforting. He turned his gaze to me. Whoever did this was meticulous, but even the cleverest criminal leaves something behind. The question is, he tilted his head. What have you found? I hesitated. James was an ally of sorts, but I wasn't sure how much to trust him. A few inconsistencies at the crime scene. Nothing conclusive yet. His eyes glinted with something unreadable. Then I would advise you to tread carefully, Miss Carter. The Richard estate is full of secrets, some better left buried. The warning sent a shiver down my spine, but before I could press him further, the door opened again. Aaron. He leaned against the doorway, his blue eyes scanning the room, resting on James before finally settling on me. Rebecca, we need to talk. James adjusted his cufflinks. I'll leave you two to it. Just remember what I said, Miss Carter. With that, he strode out, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. I turned to Aaron. What's wrong? You tell me, he said, stepping inside. I hear you're asking a lot of questions about me. I didn't bother denying it. You show up after years of radio silence and then Mr. Richard is murdered days later? Forgive me if I find that hard to ignore. Aaron exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Rebecca, you know me. I wouldn't... Do I? I cut him off. Do I really know you anymore, Aaron? Because the brother I knew disappeared years ago, and now you're back, just as conveniently as this murder happens. Explain that to me. For a moment he said nothing. Then, running a hand through his hair, he muttered, It's complicated. Try me. He hesitated before glancing at the door. Not here. Meet me in the garden in an hour. There's something you need to know. I searched his face for deception, but all I found was a flicker of something that looked dangerously close to fear. Fine, I said at last. An hour. He nodded, then turned and left the room without another word. I released a shaky breath. Suspicion still churned in my gut, but beneath it, something else stirred. Dread. Because deep down I knew that whatever Aaron was about to tell me, it would change everything. I pressed my back against the cold brick wall, steadying my breath as I peered through the dimly lit alleyway. The distant hum of city traffic barely masked the quick, nervous beats of my heart. I shouldn't be here. I knew that. But after my visit with Aaron, I couldn't let my suspicions rest. Something about the way he avoided my gaze, the way his words came out clipped and defensive, gnawed at me like a hunger that wouldn't be satisfied until I had answers. I had spent the past 2 hours retracing his supposed whereabouts on the night of the murder, trying to piece together a puzzle that refused to fit. Aaron had no solid alibi, no clear recollection of his actions, yet despite my growing doubts, I wanted to believe him. He was my brother, after all. But what if... A sound snapped me back to the present. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. My muscles tensed as I pressed myself closer to the shadows. The figure emerged under the flickering glow of a street lamp, his face obscured by the brim of his hat. My pulse quickened. Was I being followed? I inhaled sharply and forced myself to move, slipping through the narrow space between two buildings, my mind racing. If Aaron wasn't telling me the full truth, then who was? The police had already started circling him like vultures, and I knew it was only a matter of time before they decided he was guilty. But something didn't add up. I made my way back to my apartment, double-bolting the door behind me. My hands trembled as I reached for my notebook, flipping to a fresh page. Aaron's story. Says he was home alone, no witnesses, won't explain scratches on his hand. Tense, evasive when questioned. Claims he loved her, but why lie? I stared at the list, my chest tightening. My mind played over our conversation, every hesitation, every half-truth. The murder of Emily Ross had shaken the entire community, but for me it was personal. I had known her. We weren't close, but I knew enough. She had been kind, full of life. She didn't deserve to die the way she did, brutally, senselessly. And now my own brother was at the center of it all. I thought back to the scratches on his hand. He had stuffed them into his pockets when I asked about them, mumbling something about a stray cat. But Aaron wasn't the type to go near animals, let alone let one scratch him. The weight of my doubts pressed against my ribs. I needed more information. I needed to know the truth. The next morning I found myself standing outside Emily's apartment building. The police had already combed through the place, but maybe they had missed something. Something that could prove Aaron's innocence, or confirm my worst fears. The door was locked, of course, but I had come prepared. A few whispered words to the elderly woman in 3B, along with a fresh loaf of banana bread, had secured me away inside. The air inside Emily's apartment was stale, carrying the ghost of her presence. I moved carefully, my eyes scanning every surface. The living room was tidy, the kitchen untouched. But the bedroom, that's where the struggle had happened. The bloodstains had been scrubbed away, but I could still see the remnants, a darkened patch on the carpet near the dresser. My stomach churned. A noise outside made me freeze. Voices. I pressed myself against the wall as footsteps echoed down the hall. The police. My throat tightened. I had seconds to decide, hide or run. I slipped into the closet, barely daring to breathe as the door creaked open. "This is the last time we check this place," a male voice grumbled. "The evidence is already bagged." "Still no murder weapon?" another voice asked. "Nothing yet. We know she fought back, but whoever did this cleaned up well." I swallowed hard. My heart pounded against my ribs. The footsteps grew distant before fading altogether. I waited another minute before slowly pushing open the closet door. Something caught my eye. A small jewelry box, half buried under a pile of clothes. Carefully I pulled it out, flipping open the lid. Inside was a delicate silver bracelet, but it wasn't just any bracelet. It was Aaron's. My breath hitched. I recognized it instantly. the simple band he had worn for years, engraved with our mother's initials, a gift from her before she passed. He never took it off. So why was it here? I clutched the bracelet in my palm, my mind spiraling. Had Emily taken it from him? Had he left it behind in a moment of rage? Or was someone trying to frame him? I needed to talk to him, now. As I turned to leave, my phone buzzed in my pocket. A message. Unknown number. You're asking the wrong questions. My blood ran cold. Someone was watching me. Someone who didn't want me digging further. I pocketed the bracelet and hurried out of the apartment, my nerves on edge. If Aaron was innocent, then I had just stepped into something far more dangerous than I had ever anticipated. And if he was guilty, I wasn't sure I was ready to face that truth. Detective Ward's words echoed in my mind like a relentless drumbeat. Michael Richard had been tangled in murky business, the kind that could have gotten him killed. My stomach twisted as I paced my bedroom, the polished wooden floor creaking beneath my feet. It wasn't just grief or shock gripping me now. It was fear. Fear that I had been living alongside a man I hardly knew. Fear that whoever was responsible for his death might still be watching. A rustling sound from outside my door snapped me out of my thoughts. My breath hitched, and I tiptoed toward the handle, easing it open just enough to peer into the dimly lit hallway. Olivia. She was creeping past, clutching something small in her hand. My heart thumped loudly in my chest as I watched her glance over her shoulder before slipping into Michael's study. What was she doing? I had trusted Olivia, or at least I thought I had. She had been Michael's assistant for years, his confidant in matters of business. But after what Detective Ward had told me, I wasn't sure I could trust anyone anymore. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hallway and followed her. The study door was slightly ajar, the glow of a desk lamp casting long shadows along the walls. I could hear her moving inside, the rustling of papers, the sharp click of a drawer being unlocked. I pushed the door open wider. "Olivia?" She froze, her back stiffening before she slowly turned to face me. The look in her eyes was a mixture of surprise and something else, guilt. I didn't think you'd be awake," she stammered, attempting to slip whatever she was holding into her pocket. "What are you doing?" I asked, stepping forward. The study smelled of Michael's cologne, a scent that sent a painful pang through my chest. "Why are you going through his things?" She hesitated, her fingers tightening around the object in her hand. "I was just looking for some files Michael asked me to keep track of before he—" She trailed off, her lips pressing into a thin line. I didn't believe her, not for a second. "Olivia, if you know something about Michael's death, you need to tell me." She shook her head. "I don't know anything." "Then why are you sneaking around?" She exhaled sharply, looking away. "Because there are things you don't understand, Rebecca. Things Michael never told you." A cold weight settled in my stomach. "Then tell me," I urged. "I deserve to know." For a moment, she looked like she might. Her lips parted and her eyes darted to the study door as if she feared someone might be listening, But just as quickly she shook her head. "I can't." Frustration surged through me. "Olivia, I have to go." She cut me off, moving swiftly past me toward the door. "Forget you saw me here." Like hell I would. I watched her retreating form, my mind racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that Olivia was hiding something big. And whatever it was, it had everything to do with Michael's secrets. Determined, I turned back to the desk. If Olivia was looking for something, it had to be important. And if she wouldn't tell me the truth, I'd find it myself. I sank into Michael's chair, my fingers trailing over the mahogany surface. Where would he keep something he didn't want me to find? My eyes flicked toward the bookshelf. Olivia had unlocked a drawer just before I entered. I reached for the handle, only to find it locked again. I frowned. Had she locked it before leaving? Or had Michael left it that way? I rummaged through his desk, searching for a key, but found nothing. My frustration grew. Olivia had the answers, but she wasn't talking. As I sat back, my mind whirred with questions. Who had Michael really been working with? What kind of business dealings had he gotten himself involved in? And most importantly, had they led to his death? I wasn't going to stop until I found out. I knew something was wrong the moment I stepped into my room. The air had a disturbed quality, a presence that hadn't been there before. My neatly folded clothes were askew, my desk drawers slightly open, and the once locked box where I kept my personal notes now sat ajar. My pulse quickened. Then I saw it. A single piece of paper, folded in half, lying on my bed. I reached for it with hesitant fingers, unfolding it with a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Leave before it's too late. A cold shiver ran down my spine. My name wasn't on it, nor was there a signature, but it didn't need one. The message was clear. Someone wanted me gone. For a moment I simply stood there, absorbing the implications. Who had been in my room? What were they looking for? And why warn me now? My mind raced through possibilities, but one thing was certain. This wasn't a prank. It was a warning, and warnings meant danger. I crumpled the note in my fist, forcing myself to breathe. If I panicked now, I'd lose any advantage I might still have. Instead, I took a careful survey of my belongings. It was difficult to tell if anything was missing, but the invasion alone was enough to rattle me. The inheritance. That was the only logical conclusion. Ever since Aunt Margaret passed, tension had hung over Ravenwood like an oppressive fog. James, the family attorney, had been insistent, almost desperate, that Eleanor finalize the process. His persistence unsettled me, and now, with this intrusion, I had to wonder if the two were connected. I needed answers, and I needed them fast. Steeling myself, I left my room and headed downstairs. The manor was eerily quiet, the faint ticking of the grandfather clock the only sound accompanying my hurried footsteps. I found Eleanor in the sitting room, staring into the fireplace, lost in thought. "Eleanor," I said, my voice controlled but urgent. "I need to talk to you." She turned, her expression weary. What is it, Rebecca? I hesitated for only a second before holding out the crumpled note. Someone was in my room. They left this. She took the paper, smoothing it out with trembling fingers. As her eyes scanned the message, a flicker of fear crossed her face, quickly masked by something unreadable. "Eleanor, what is going on?" I pressed. "Who would want to warn me?" Her lips parted, but before she could speak, footsteps sounded in the hallway. James. He entered the room with his usual composed demeanor, though his eyes flickered briefly to the note in Eleanor's hands. "Is something wrong?" Eleanor hesitated, then shook her head. "Nothing that concerns you, James." His gaze lingered on her before shifting to me. "You seem unsettled, Rebecca." I met his eyes, unwilling to cower. "Someone searched my room. They left me a message." James raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "A message?" I studied him, searching for any sign of guilt. He was good, too good. His expression betrayed nothing but polite concern. "A warning to leave," I said, watching for a reaction. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "It sounds like someone is playing tricks on you. This house has always had its fair share of secrets, but threats? That seems excessive." Eleanor shifted uncomfortably. "Perhaps it's best we all remain cautious." "Or perhaps," James countered smoothly, "it's best that we move forward with finalizing the inheritance. The longer we delay, the more unsettled things will become." There it was again, that insistence. I glanced at Eleanor, whose face had gone pale. Whatever hesitation she had before, James was wearing it down. "We'll discuss it later," Eleanor said firmly. "For now, I want to know how someone got into Rebecca's room." "I'll look into it," James assured her, but I didn't believe him. He had his own agenda, and I wasn't about to trust him to uncover the truth. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of the house made me tense. Every shadow in the corners of my room seemed to stretch and shift. Someone wanted me gone, and I wasn't going to leave until I knew why. The next morning, I decided to take matters into my own hands. If someone was trying to push me out of Ravenwood, I needed to find out what they were hiding. And I had a feeling James wasn't the only one keeping secrets. I started with Aunt Margaret's study. The room had remained mostly untouched since her passing, its heavy oak shelves still filled with aging books and delicate trinkets she had collected over the years. If there were answers, they would be here. I moved carefully, opening drawers, scanning through ledgers, searching for anything out of place. And then, hidden beneath a stack of correspondence, I found it. A letter addressed to Eleanor. The ink was faded, but the words sent a chill through me. "You cannot trust James. He is not who he claims to be." My breath caught. Aunt Margaret had written this before her death. Had she known something? Had she suspected James of foul play? A noise from the hallway made me freeze. Footsteps. Someone was coming. Heart pounding, I slipped the letter into my pocket and turned off the desk lamp just as the door creaked open. I stood in the dim light of my study, staring at the yellowed paper in my trembling hands. The message from Michael Richard was cryptic. yet the weight of its implications bore down on me like an anvil. A hidden will? My mind reeled at the possibilities. Was it different from the one publicly read after his death? If so, whose fortunes had been changed? The ink on the letter was faded, but the words burned into my mind. Rebecca, trust no one, not even those closest to you. The truth is buried where only the worthy will find it. Follow the numbers, the numbers. The only set of figures on the letter had been a date, November 3rd, 1989. It meant something, I was sure of it. But what? I collapsed into the old leather chair, exhaustion threatening to overtake me. My thoughts circled back to Aaron. How could I have been so blind? Learning that he had once worked for Michael's rival cast a long shadow over everything I thought I knew about him. What had been his real purpose in staying close to me? Love, or something far more sinister? I took a deep breath and pulled out my laptop. If there was one thing I had learned from Michael, it was that money and power left behind a trail, no matter how carefully someone tried to conceal it. I began researching the date, scouring old news articles and financial records, looking for anything that could link back to Michael Richards' hidden will. After an hour of fruitless searching, my patience waned. I leaned back and rubbed my temples. The house creaked, the wind howled, and for the first time in a long while, I felt truly alone. The revelation about Aaron gnawed at me. If he had truly been working against Michael, was he involved in his death? My phone buzzed, shattering my thoughts. The caller ID read, "Unknown." I hesitated before answering. "Hello?" Silence. Then a distorted voice whispered, "You're getting too close." My blood ran cold. "Who is this?" The line went dead. My fingers clenched around the phone. Every part of me screamed to run, to leave this tangled mess behind. But I wasn't one to back down. Michael had trusted me enough to leave that message. If I abandoned this now, I'd never forgive myself. With renewed determination, I turned back to my laptop and tried another approach. Instead of news articles, I looked into Michael's businesses and his last recorded transactions before his death. If a hidden will existed, there had to be breadcrumbs leading to it. An old real estate purchase caught my eye. A small, nondescript property listed under a shell company, bought on November 3rd, 1989. My pulse quickened. Could this be what he was pointing me toward? I jotted down the address. It wasn't far, just on the outskirts of the city. It was too late to go now, but first thing in the morning, I'd be there. Sleep was impossible that night. Every sound in my house felt amplified. Shadows seemed darker, stretching unnaturally across the walls. I gripped a small knife under my pillow, willing my body to relax. Whoever had called me knew I was looking. That meant I was on the right path. Morning came with little relief. I drove to the address, an abandoned building covered in ivy and neglect. The lock on the door was old but broken, as if someone else had been here before me. Heart pounding, I stepped inside. Dust filled the air, swirling in the beams of light that cut through shattered windows. The room was bare, save for an old desk in the center. Slowly I approached, my fingers brushing against the wood. I pulled open the drawers. Empty. Frustration burned in my chest. Was I too late? Had someone already found what Michael had hidden? Then I saw it. A small notch under the desk. A hidden compartment. With shaking hands, I pried it open. Inside was an envelope, yellowed with time. I pulled out the paper and read the words that changed everything. Last will and testament of Michael Richard. This was it. My heart pounded as I read further. Names, assets, and final wishes were listed in detail. And then I saw something that made my breath catch. The will was vastly different from the one read after Michael's death. Entire fortunes had been redirected. Some who had gained power had been stripped of everything in this version. One name stood out among the list of those who had been cut off. Aaron Bennett. A sharp intake of breath escaped me. Aaron had been meant to receive nothing, yet after Michael's death he had prospered. This meant the will that had been executed was a forgery. But who had done it? And why? The sound of footsteps outside made my blood freeze. I shoved the document into my coat and pressed myself against the wall, heart hammering. Someone was here. A shadow passed the broken window. Then the creak of the front door. I held my breath. Rebecca. The voice was unmistakable. Aaron. I tightened my grip on the knife in my pocket. How did you find me? A slow, measured step echoed. I could ask you the same thing. Silence stretched between us, thick with tension. What are you really after? I demanded. He sighed, stepping fully into the room. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes held something dark. I should be asking you that. I took a step back, my mind racing. You lied to me. You worked for Michael's rival. And now I find your name on a will that should have stripped you of everything. His jaw tightened. You don't understand. I let out a bitter laugh. Then help me. He exhaled sharply, then glanced at the desk. It's too late, Rebecca. Cold dread settled in my bones. What do you mean? He took a step closer. You weren't supposed to find this. My pulse roared in my ears. You knew. His expression darkened. It's not that simple. I had to get out. Now. I turned and bolted for the door, but Aaron was faster. He grabbed my wrist, yanking me back. The knife in my pocket pressed against my palm, but I hesitated. Rebecca, listen to me. No, I struggled, heart racing. Let me go. He tightened his grip. I didn't want it to come to this. I didn't wait to hear more. I wrenched my arm free and ran. I didn't stop until I was safely inside my car, locking the doors. Aaron didn't follow. He stood at the doorway, watching as I peeled away from the house. My hands trembled on the wheel. I had the will, the truth. But now I had something else too. A very dangerous enemy. The dim light of the study barely illuminated the dust motes swirling in the stale air, but it was enough. My hands trembled as I held the aged parchment, the inked words staining my mind as much as they had the page. Michael had intended to disinherit Eleanor. A chilling realization settled over me. If Michael had followed through, if he had signed this document, then Eleanor would have lost everything. But had he? Was this simply an intention never executed, or had someone ensured it never came to light? And if so, was that someone desperate enough to kill for it? I folded the document carefully and tucked it inside my coat, my breath uneven. The night pressed against the window panes, whispering secrets I was only beginning to comprehend. My search wasn't over. I had come looking for a will, but I had found something just as damning. A creak from beyond the door made my pulse jolt. I held my breath. Footsteps, deliberate but quiet, moved along the hallway. I wasn't alone. Slowly, I extinguished the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. I edged toward the bookshelves, pressing my back against the cool wood. The handle rattled. The door inched open. A sliver of light stretched across the floor as a shadow loomed in the frame. "Rebecca?" The voice was hushed but unmistakable. Aaron. Relief flooded my limbs, but I remained still. The last time I had trusted someone blindly, it had cost me dearly. "What are you doing here?" I whispered. He stepped inside and shut the door behind him. "I could ask you the same." His eyes adjusted to the darkness, locking onto mine. "Did you find anything?" I hesitated. Could I trust him? The document in my pocket weighed heavily against my chest. Nothing yet. A muscle in his jaw twitched. "Then why are you hiding?" I forced a tight smile. "Old habits." He didn't believe me, but he didn't push. Instead, he glanced at the desk and the still open drawers. "Someone's been searching before you." My stomach clenched. "Then we're not the only ones looking for the will." His gaze darkened. "That means we don't have much time." I nodded. The truth was out there, buried beneath layers of deceit, and I was determined to find it before someone else did, before someone silenced me for good. We had to move. Now. I paced the length of my small room, my thoughts a tangled mess as I replayed the events of the past 24 hours. Eleanor had caught me snooping, and though she hadn't fired me outright, the threat still loomed over my head like a guillotine. But that wasn't even the worst of it. Aaron had vanished without a trace, and now all eyes were on him. The household was buzzing with speculation, whispers trailing in the corridors like a slow poison. Some said he had run away because he was guilty. Others believed he had been taken. I wanted to believe the latter. Aaron wasn't the type to run. If he had disappeared, it meant someone had made sure he did. I pressed my hands to my temples, trying to think. Olivia's confession had been cryptic, yet it had cracked the case wide open. Someone else had been there that night, someone she was too afraid to name. That meant Aaron wasn't the only suspect. But why wouldn't she tell me who it was? What was she so afraid of? I needed to speak to her again. She was the only one who could give me the missing piece of the puzzle. Slipping out of my room, I moved carefully down the dimly lit hall, my footsteps silent against the wooden floor. The mansion had always felt suffocating, its grandeur a mask for the secrets it held. Tonight, it felt even more so. Every shadow felt like a pair of watching eyes, every creak of the floorboards a warning. I found Olivia in the sitting room, staring into the cold fireplace, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress. She startled when I sat beside her, her wide eyes darting toward the doorway before settling on me. "Rebecca," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I can't say it." I reached for her hand, squeezing gently. "You can trust me, Olivia. If you know something, anything, you have to tell me." Her lower lip trembled. "If I say it out loud, it'll make it real. And then they'll come for me too." My stomach tightened. "Who?" She shook her head violently, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. "I shouldn't have told you anything. Please, just forget I said anything." But how could I? Her fear was real, raw, and it only made my resolve stronger. If Olivia was afraid, that meant whoever she had seen was dangerous, and if they had taken Aaron, he might be in serious trouble. The sound of approaching footsteps made us both tense. Olivia wiped at her tears quickly and turned away as if she hadn't just been falling apart. I straightened, schooling my expression into one of indifference as Eleanor swept into the room, her eyes narrowing at the sight of us. "I do hope I'm not interrupting anything," she said, her voice smooth but laced with suspicion. I forced a smile. "Not at all. I was just keeping Olivia company." Eleanor studied me for a long moment, her sharp eyes searching for cracks in my facade. Then she turned to Olivia, her lips curling slightly. "It's late, dear. You should get some rest." Olivia nodded quickly and stood, nearly bolting from the room without another glance at me. I clenched my hands into fists, frustration bubbling beneath my skin. Eleanor watched her go, then turned her gaze back to me. "You should tread carefully, Rebecca," she said, her tone deceptively casual. "Curiosity is a dangerous thing in this house." A chill ran down my spine, but I refused to let her see my fear. "I'll keep that in mind." She gave me one last knowing look before sweeping out of the room, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. Eleanor knew something. Of that I was certain. But whether she was involved or merely protecting someone, I couldn't say. Either way, she wanted me to back off, which meant I was getting close to the truth. I had to find Aaron. The only problem was, I wasn't the only one searching for him. The next morning, the mansion was in even more of a frenzy. The police had been called in to investigate Aaron's disappearance, and everyone was being questioned. I was summoned to the study, where Detective Langley sat behind the large mahogany desk, his expression unreadable. "Miss Carter," he greeted, gesturing for me to sit. I did, folding my hands in my lap to keep them from shaking. "I understand you were close to Aaron," he continued, flipping through his notes. "I suppose you could say that," I said carefully. "Did he say anything to you before he disappeared? Anything that might indicate where he was going?" I hesitated. "No. If I had known, I would have told someone." His dark eyes studied me. You hesitated. I swallowed. Only because I don't believe he ran away. Langley raised a brow. Oh? And what do you believe? I chose my words carefully. I think someone wanted him gone. Langley leaned forward. Do you have any reason to believe that? I could still hear Olivia's voice in my head. If I say it out loud, it'll make it real. No, I lied. Just a feeling. Langley didn't look convinced, but he didn't press me further. If you remember anything, you'll come to me, won't you, Miss Carter? I nodded. Of course. But I wouldn't. Not yet. Not until I had the full truth. I left the study feeling suffocated, my heart hammering against my ribs. If the police were involved, things were more serious than I'd realized. And if the real culprit felt threatened, they might act again. I needed to move fast. And I needed Olivia to talk before it was too late. I could feel the weight of the truth settling heavily on my shoulders, each realization more crushing than the last. My fingers trembled as I replayed the events in my mind. Every clue, every moment of doubt, every piece of the puzzle clicking into place. Eleanor had orchestrated it all. She had killed her husband, and she had done it to secure the inheritance she so desperately wanted. When James had come to me, there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He hadn't believed it at first, but when we pieced everything together, it became clear that Eleanor wasn't just a grieving widow. She was a calculating, ruthless woman, and I had been blind to it. I had been so focused on the wrong person, so convinced that Aaron was the killer. But Eleanor had used my suspicions, played them like a pawn in her game, and framed him perfectly. I had always trusted her, maybe too much. Her facade of vulnerability, her tears, her brokenness. It had all been a lie. The truth was so much darker. Now, standing on the precipice of exposing everything, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I had carefully crafted the plan to confront Eleanor. I would get her alone, force her to confess, and then take the evidence to the authorities. It was the only way to stop the cycle of manipulation and lies. I walked down the dimly lit hallway of her sprawling mansion, each step echoing in the silence of the house. The air felt thick, oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in around me. I knew this confrontation was inevitable, but I couldn't help the anxiety crawling up my spine. It wasn't just about exposing the truth anymore. It was about survival. I reached the door to Eleanor's study, where I had asked her to meet me. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my palms were slick with sweat. Taking a deep breath, I knocked sharply, trying to steady my nerves. "Come in," she called, her voice as cold as I remembered. The door creaked open, and there she was, Eleanor sitting behind her desk, her hands neatly folded in front of her, her eyes sharp and calculating. She looked like the picture of grace, but I knew better now. I could see through the mask, the carefully constructed illusion she had built over the years. I stepped inside, closing the door softly behind me. "Eleanor," I began, my voice steadier than I felt. "We need to talk." She didn't respond immediately, just watched me with an unreadable expression. as if trying to decide whether I had something useful to offer or if I was simply wasting her time. "You've been keeping a lot of secrets," I continued, moving toward the desk. "Too many, in fact. Secrets that have cost lives." Her lips curled into a slight smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Rebecca, you always were one for drama. What exactly is this about? I thought we had already discussed everything." I stepped closer, ignoring the flutter of unease that stirred in my chest. "You killed your husband, and you used me, and you used Aaron to cover it up. I know everything." The words hung in the air between us, heavy and thick, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something darker behind Eleanor's poised exterior. It wasn't fear, it was rage. "You're making a mistake," she said, her voice dangerously calm. "You're not going to get away with this." "I already have," I replied, the truth of my words ringing in my ears. "I've already gathered the evidence, Eleanor. Your fingerprints on the murder weapon, the way you staged the crime scene. It's all there. I'm taking it to the authorities." Her eyes narrowed, the smile dropping from her face. "You think you can just walk in here, make accusations, and leave with your life?" I didn't respond. I didn't need to. The silence between us spoke volumes. For a moment she just stared at me, as if weighing her options. The air felt charged, crackling with tension, and I could see the calculating thoughts behind her eyes. She wasn't going to let me walk out of this room alive. Before I could react, she moved, fast and vicious, lunging for the drawer of her desk. I barely had time to register the glint of metal before she had a gun in her hand, pointed straight at me. My heart stopped for a beat, panic surging through my veins, but I forced myself to stay calm. "You think you can ruin everything I've worked for?" Eleanor hissed, her hand trembling slightly as she aimed the weapon. "You think I'm just going to let you walk away and tell the world what I've done? You're wrong, Rebecca. I'm not going down for this." I took a step back, my mind racing. I needed to think, to do something, anything that would get me out of this situation alive. "Put the gun down, Eleanor," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "It's over. You've lost." "No," she snapped, her voice breaking for the first time, the control slipping from her grip. "I'll never lose. Not after everything I've sacrificed, everything I've endured to get to this point." I knew she was unraveling. She wasn't thinking clearly anymore, and that made her dangerous. With a sudden movement, I lunged forward, aiming to knock the gun from her hand. But she was faster than I anticipated, and the gun went off with a deafening crack, sending a shockwave of fear through me as the bullet embedded itself in the wall just inches from my head. My heart pounded in my chest, the sound of it almost deafening as I scrambled for cover behind the desk. "Eleanor, please, you don't have to do this." She stood there, her breathing ragged, her finger twitching on the trigger. For a moment I thought she might actually shoot me. But then something shifted. Her shoulders slumped and she let out a bitter laugh, the sound hollow and devoid of humor. "You think you can save anyone from the mess I've made?" she whispered, the gun lowering slightly in her grip. It's too late for that. Before I could speak again, the sound of sirens rang out in the distance, growing louder by the second. Eleanor's eyes widened, and for the first time I saw true fear in them. "No," she whispered, panic creeping into her voice. You've already called them, haven't you?" I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The authorities were on their way, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. With one final, desperate glance, Eleanor dropped the gun to the floor. Her expression twisted in rage and despair, and she turned to run. But the sound of approaching footsteps and voices grew louder, and I knew she wouldn't get far. I walked toward her slowly, keeping my distance. This was the end. The truth had finally caught up with her. As the police stormed into the room, Eleanor was quickly subdued, her resistance nothing more than a futile, exhausted attempt to escape the consequences of her actions. I didn't feel any sense of victory. Instead, a cold, hollow emptiness settled over me. The damage had already been done, and the lives that had been torn apart couldn't be repaired. But at least the truth had been exposed. At least Eleanor would face the justice she so desperately tried to avoid. And me? I was free. Free from the lies, free from the fear, and free from the torment of knowing I had trusted the wrong person. But even as the police took Eleanor away, I couldn't shake the feeling that nothing would ever be the same. The scars of this twisted game would stay with me forever. The dim glow of the streetlights outside filtered through the blinds of the living room, casting long, stretching shadows across the floor. It had been hours since the confrontation, but the weight of what happened still hung heavy in the air. I could still feel the adrenaline coursing through me, even though my body was starting to feel the ache of exhaustion. It wasn't just the physical strain. It was the emotional toll that was proving the hardest to bear. I sat on the couch, my hands trembling as I wrapped them around a cup of tea that had gone cold long ago. Olivia was in the kitchen, the sound of water running filling the silence between us. I hadn't spoken much since the police left. They'd taken Eleanor into custody, and Aaron had been cleared of all charges. But for some reason, the relief I should have felt didn't come. Instead, I was left with this gnawing emptiness in my chest, like something had been torn away, and I wasn't sure if I'd ever get it back. Eleanor was gone. After everything she'd done to me, everything she'd put me through, I should have been celebrating her capture. But the victory felt hollow. In some twisted way, part of me still couldn't believe it was finally over. I took a shaky breath, my fingers curling around the mug as if I could somehow steady my racing thoughts. The flashbacks to what had just happened were overwhelming. I saw Eleanor's eyes, wild, almost frantic, as she lunged toward me. I could still hear her voice, the venom in her words as she spat out her rage. But I also remembered the moment when Olivia had come to my aid, her voice calm but firm, urging me to hold on just a little longer. We had made it. We had won. But at what cost? The door to the kitchen opened, and Olivia stepped into the living room, a glass of water in her hand. She offered it to me silently, her eyes full of understanding. She knew what I was feeling. She knew the toll this had taken on me. I took the glass from her, nodding my thanks before taking a sip. I don't know how to feel right now, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. It's like everything I thought I knew about my life has been shattered. Olivia sat down beside me, her gaze soft but steady. It's okay to feel that way. This kind of thing changes you. It changes how you see the world, how you trust people. But that doesn't mean you're broken. I glanced at her, my throat tight. I just don't know if I can ever move past it, Liv. Every time I think I'm starting to heal, something happens to pull me back into it, into her, into everything that happened. Olivia's hand found mine, warm and reassuring. You will. It's going to take time, but you'll get there. You're not alone in this. You have me, you have Aaron, and you have yourself. I closed my eyes, taking another deep breath. Her words helped, but the truth was, I wasn't sure if I could ever fully escape the shadow of what Eleanor had done to me. The fear, the manipulation, the constant feeling of being watched. It had all left its mark on me. I didn't know how to shake the feeling that it was always going to be there, lurking just out of sight, waiting for the moment when it could all come crashing back down. What if I never feel safe again? I whispered. Olivia squeezed my hand. You will. You're stronger than you think. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But as the days passed, the questions began to eat at me. Was it really over? Could I trust the people around me? Would I ever feel truly free again? Aaron had been cleared of all charges, and while I was relieved for him, I couldn't help but feel a strange distance between us. The connection we had before, the closeness that had been built on trust and understanding, now felt like a fragile thing. Would I ever be able to see him the way I did before, without the weight of what had happened between us? I tried to push those thoughts aside. I wasn't going to let myself fall back into the darkness. But the lingering doubt still gnawed at the edges of my mind. A week passed before I saw Aaron again. It was awkward at first, both of us unsure how to navigate this new version of our relationship. But we sat down, just the two of us, and talked, really talked, about everything that had happened. I told him about the fear I'd felt, the paranoia that had taken hold of me, the way Eleanor's presence had become this constant weight in my life. And he listened. He didn't interrupt. He just listened. I'm sorry, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I never wanted you to go through that. I never wanted any of this to happen. I shook my head. You didn't ask for any of this, Aaron. Neither of us did. But you were still dragged into it, and I don't know if I can ever make up for that. I reached across the table, placing my hand over his. You don't have to. All I need is for us to move forward, to leave the past behind. And for a moment, I believed it. I believed that we could move on from everything. But then I remembered how easily the past had crept back in, how easily I'd been pulled back into the darkness. I wasn't sure if I could ever fully escape it, but I was willing to try. I wasn't sure what the future held for me, for us. But one thing was clear. I wasn't going to let Eleanor's shadow define me anymore. It had taken so much from me, but it wasn't going to take my future. I would rebuild, I would heal, and I would find peace someday. The past may never fully let go, but I was determined to find a way to live with it, to reclaim my life piece by piece, and maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to trust again.